told you, God, this is my motherfucking, my kingdom, God. I done just.
What's going on, Wise?
Oh, part.
Nah, sorry.
Yo.
We just getting started. New Black World Order. I was just over here checking out what's going on your Facebook. We just getting started. Facebook Live. Oh, I can invite people? What I got on here? Oh, I didn't know you could do this. You can invite people. Sincere born Asiatic. What's the deal? Sincere born Asiatic. You was with me earlier when I had my first rant. When I went on my rant on Instagram. Everything smooth out here, I'm just outside breaking all the rules. You know how I do. Outside breaking all the rules. Yeah, so I guess you're gonna have to hear this again. You're gonna have to hear this again. Sincere born Asiatic. Because definitely gonna have to run through that one again. And then I lost the what's name. When my battery died, I wasn't able to post it. But for everybody else, y'all can see we starting off with Crying Jordan already. So that should clue people in that I'm ready to go on a little rant. I'm ready to go on a little rant about forever Allah, peace. Hey man, I'm glad the alert's finally going out again, man. We getting some people back. I just heard from Manola Music and Films, man. Remember Manola Music and Films from out in he's from Atlanta. Remember he was down there working on the Love and Hip Hop. He do like the film stuff. Halftime. It's been a minute. I remember Halftime, but we ain't see Halftime in a while. What's going on, Halftime? Where you from out there, Halftime? Philip Graham. My man. We was just kicking it with Philip Graham. We was kicking it with Philip Graham all day. Philip Graham actually got a little something to do with this rant. Philip Graham said, peace, I'm here to know and learn the mathematics right and exact for the knowledge for myself. That's what you need it for. C. Medina, right? I'll call that Halftime. Well, I said, what do we have to do to get, what it says? What do we have to do? Oh, what do we have to do to get on the brought to you by? Oh, those are the people, those is like the people that's always, they buy all the stuff. Like they buy the t-shirts, you know what I'm saying? They hit the Cash App, you know what I'm saying? Those are the people that, they pay for the apps so I could do Crying Jordan and all that. You know what I'm saying? Those are the brothers that they support the show Hard Body. know what I'm saying? But, it's already late night, so we probably ain't gonna get a whole ton of people. Julia TV, we in the nighttime we get we might get 793rd in here tonight. We might get 793rd. 793rd. He's a nighttime too, like myself. You know what I'm saying? But so if I recall, I did a video a while back, right, where I said, don't be the 10% by speaking above the people's heads. And when you speaking above the people's heads, right, then you teaching them something they can't see. Because they can't get a clear mental picture of what you're saying because you're speaking above their heads. See, I'm going to tell you another thing, another way in which people make themselves a 10%. You know what I'm saying? And that is when you teaching something that cannot be proven or disproven. See, for the 5%, everything is subject to be shown and proven. You see, what the 10% teach? The 10% teach about a mystery God that no one will be able to see until he dies. Divine Son, peace. The 10% teach about a mystery God that no one will be able to see until he dies. That means you can't prove it. It also tells you that the dead is never going to come back and tell the living that the mystery God was alive. Which means that it won't be disproven. It can't be proven or disproven. If a person believes in him, it's very little you could tell that person. And if a person don't believe in him, there's very little you can tell that person to make them believe in him. Because that's how belief works. It works along confirmation bias. Confirmation bias means that when you look out there at the world, everything that you see, it appears to coincide and reinforce what you already believe. Which is something different from scientific observation. See, when you two attach to the hypothesis, when you two attach to the theory, then you're not truly doing the knowledge. All the evidence that points to something else, what you going to do? Ignore it. You see what I'm saying? But the reality of the situation is that if you teach and see, because I know there's a lot of people do that, right? And they think they did something fancy. Like they'll tell me something, and I ask them to show and prove what they say. And then they'll say, well, I can't prove it, but, it's possible. So now it's like, well, I didn't prove it, but you didn't disprove it. So it's something to take into consideration. No, it's not. It's something for you to take into consideration. It's not something for me to take into consideration because I know how the 10% teach. See, the 10% tell you something that you can't prove and you can't disprove, right? And then in the midst of that confusion, that's how you make your money. That's how they make a living. by telling you something that you can't prove or disprove. But see, what happens when that happens, man? This is how you know you the 10% and you're not the 5%. Because what's 5? 5 is power. See, when somebody learn the truth and you the 10%, you lose all your power. See, 1,000 years ago, supreme scientists, peace, black man, where you from? Supreme scientists is new. The alerts must be getting out again. You know what I'm saying? But in the midst of that, that's where the 10% operates. They operate in the lane of things that can't be proven or disproven. But like I said, when the truth becomes known. Now look, I give you an example of that. 1,000 years ago, the Catholic Church had a lot of people believing in them because they was telling them things that they couldn't prove or disprove. But now, after 1,000 years, and certain knowledge came out, right? And certain things can be proven or disproven, what's happening? They losing their power for people to believe in them. And see, this is what happens when people, what sparked this? Let me come full circle. What sparked this is people with these conspiracy theories. Where after a certain period of time, these conspiracy theories is starting to sound like Mount Zion Baptist Church. Halftime said, I've never gotten an alert once. Just happened to be battling insomnia tonight and stuff. Hey man, listen. All I can tell you, I don't really like getting into that stuff, but look, we gotta get the likes up, man. we gotta get the likes up or something, man. So but this is what happens, man. You understand what I'm saying? When what you teaching can't be proven or disproven. You lose what God said, con, spirit, seed equals mystery God. I'm not understanding what conspiracy. Oh, I see it. See, God, look, I spend a lot of time studying some things, so I'm good at that. Other things take me a second to catch on. You see what I'm saying? But see, when you start speaking these conspiracy theories, right? Knowledge born. Without the knowledge and wisdom, right? This is how it's starting to astound to me. What's going on with the coronavirus? It's the devil! The devil did it! The devil! The devil did it! The devil! Why does the devil do it? Because the devil is a bad devil! The devil is a bad devil! And God is a good God! That's how it started to sound. The devil! That's how it is when you go into church. The devil! Yeah, that's how they sound half time. See, the only difference is you telling me that this is caused by a white man that I can't see. I don't know where he at. I don't know what he did to do this. And in the Christian church, they telling you it's a red man. That you don't know who he is, you don't know, all you just know is, it's the devil! Process, what's going on? Yeah, see, pray it away. That's how it is. See, look, it can be anything. See, it's just, look, we just got the brothers in here. I'm going to try to ease this in before my 10% female listeners come in. But when you go to church, it's a lot of women in it. It's a lot of women in the church. That's who introduced me to the church, the women in my family. Knowledge, love, peace. And what do they tell all those women all the day while they're in the church? What do they tell these women? Why you got problems? Because these men is the devil. They the devil. He got the devil in him. That's the answer for everything. It's the devil. Process you finally. I'm telling you, listen, I just told the brothers, look, I haven't been in the habit of saying that, but yeah, I think we got to get the likes up, man. It's something we got to let people know. We got to let people know that what I'm saying is good, man. You know what I'm saying? The other AC, my man, Apex Cypher. Supreme Scientist said word is actually a fear of the devil in the fine mist. Yeah. You know what I said, man? It's like a punch drunkenness. It's like a punch drunkenness. Like you ever seen an abused child and, they parents could just walk past them. They parents could just say, yo, pass me that over there. And they jump. Because they've been abused so much. They just react. That's how people starting to seem to me right now. Like they just so punch drunk from so many things happening. That they feel like they're in a world that's just beyond control of everything except the devil. See, let me tell y'all something, man. Word is life, man. See, don't try to tell me something. Don't try to tell me something without giving me your word. So that's one thing about these. When you ask them some questions, when it comes to show and prove, then they don't want to stand on the script. Oh no, it's just something I heard, God. I was just saying, I just seen a post. And I was just wondering, well, don't wonder inside my head, wonder inside your head. See, because here's the bottom line. When you step on the square, you stand on what you saying. You understand what I'm saying? Like I was telling brothers earlier, man, back in the days, a brother would quote his lesson. And then a brother would say, hey man, word is bond, that's the degree. Word is bond. And see, some brothers would get shook. They quoted it 100% right and exact. But now the man says stand on the square and say that's what it is. See, because now we can show and prove. See, like I was giving an example earlier. Let's say a crime is committed. Right? And you tell me, yo, somebody snitching. All right, you just said that in the air. Right? You just said that in the air. But see, if you tell me X person is the one that's snitching, right? And then X person ends up getting the death penalty, they end up on death row for the same crime. See, now forget about the snitching. What does that mean about your word? What does that mean about your wisdom, about your ability to analyze the knowledge? And then say something that's going to give a clear mental picture. What does that say about that? See, you can't predict, right? And then don't say what it is that you predicted. See, because then we can never say, right? We can never come back and say whether you lied or not. Yeah, it's crying Jordan. Because people trying 10% me. See, I'm the 5%. So I'm going to ask you the questions to show and prove. See, when you show and tell, right, when you go to class, right, you in the kindergarten and you show and tell, you tell them anything. Y'all got beamed up onto the Star Trek Enterprise and met Bones and Scotty this summer. What we gonna say? We just gonna clap. Now I'm the 5%. I'm gonna ask you. You beamed up to Scotty, and then what happened? How it felt when you disintegrated? What happened? You was flying, like you just disappeared, and then you disappeared there. How I'm gonna ask you something. What sounds with that? That's how I got the knowledge of self. Brothers, what? You God. This man, what you mean by that? We talking about? Then he manifests. De-Christian. Nah, they not all new people, man. It's some people is returned people, and they constantly telling me things. And then here's another thing I've been telling y'all a long time. Urban Gorilla. Brother. This is another thing I'm telling y'all a long time. Well, a little while now. Is that, listen, when I got the knowledge, I was a child. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going around the firstborn. These brothers are men. Brother Graham said that means my life is on the line every day when I don't reveal the truth. Yeah, your life is over. When you die, you're going to be dead. See, nothing can never happen to me. See, even if you just look at this last 4 or 5 months, whatever it is, that's already been manifested. They can take all my videos down. Word is already life. You understand what I'm saying? And when you make the life flesh, that's when you live it out. And if you don't never live it out, and you don't never teach it, you don't never affect people in a positive way, then we just pass the graveyard and see a name. But if you pass the graveyard and you see the name on the headstone, say Malcolm X, or Marcus Garvey, or Martin Luther King, or Harriet Tubman, see, that means something. Because they gave up themselves. So yeah, every day what you don't live this out, but it's not that your life is on the line, like somebody's gonna come and chop your head off. No, you just gonna be mattered. You just gonna be mattered. You didn't stimulate no life. Halftime said, hypothetically, that's quite an opening. That's quite an opening right there. Hypothetically, is that person standing on a foundation of supreme mathematics, or do they think that using the language sounds cool because the language is fly? See, this is what I'm saying. It's that, yeah, you got all the flowery language and everything, right? I didn't finish my point. Was that, you know, when I came amongst the firstborn, right, and I'm a child, the things what they saying seem complex to me. So I always was trying to simplify things in a way that I could understand it. So I really, you know, when you explain things, like you shouldn't explain something and it's more complex than the original thing I was trying to understand. Free to be me. Free to be me I think we seemed free to be me before. What's going on? Jasim then changed his name again. He's Ja Data now. He's he's Ja Data now. G. Chris just said you was like the young karate kid amongst the masters, yeah. But I was always trying to break things down. So a lot of times people be explaining things to me, and it's like, yo, man, whoa. Like, listen, have y'all heard the tape of Allah speaking? Anybody that's heard the tape of Allah speaking, right? You know what I'm saying? When I first heard it, with most of the brothers who's my peers, when we first heard it, we was what's the word? It wasn't what we expected. Like when we was thinking that, we was gonna hear, somebody with all this crazy fly speech, man, you know what I'm saying, and he was gonna be just the way he, we was expecting, something that was multiples of what we was hearing at that time. You understand what I'm saying? We didn't, that's why they say, well, when I was coming to knowledge, they didn't let you, I wasn't allowed to hear the tape of Allah speaking until I had the knowledge for years. You know what I'm saying? Because maybe you won't understand everything that was said. And there was things on there that I didn't understand. When I first heard all the we not pro-black and anti-white, I didn't understand that. But see, what I learned, God, is that, you don't need all that. That's good when we trying to impress each other. You know what I'm saying? You got to remember that this knowledge is amongst kids. So some of what, even when brothers from other places, they see us and they like, maybe we a little bit harsh. Some of that is because we was kids. You know what I'm saying? And anytime you got kids and, we dealing with this man science, you know what I'm saying? We feeling our energy, mentally, we feeling our energy growing by leaps and bounds. It's competitive. You know what I'm saying? We still little kids. We still, proving that we men. So, we come in and we try to use all this, wisdom, man, that's going, hit people in the head. Because we think that that's how you impress people. But see, one thing with that, you got to realize, right, is that this is part of the science, see, through knowledge. When I got the knowledge, right, I'm knowledge power, right? I'm not wisdom out of cipher yet. I'm not wisdom knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? And what you would notice is that even in your regular life, when you're 29, you got a lot less, your knowledge has become so in tune that you could give the same message with a lot less words. With a lot, less yelling and all of this, you could get your point across. See, a lot of times the people use all those big words, and then what they saying, they point, is not really like, you got your point across, but you wasn't really saying that. And then other people could say one sentence. And it's like, boo! See, that's just a science, man, of you learning, how to manifest certain things in a clear and concise way that everybody can understand it. Like I said, when you speaking, a 6-year-old should be able to understand you, and somebody, that's a college professor should be able to understand you. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta realize that this knowledge is for children. So we go through all our studies, man, and we learn all these intricate things and all of that. But you gotta remember, man, when you talking about children, listen, time is infinite. But when you talking about children, you got a limitation of time to be talking before they mind is somewhere else, man. And their body is somewhere else too. You're not telling them nothing that's mandatory, like this is not school, this is not, you know what I'm saying? You got a limitation of time to be talking to them, to hold their attention. So all this dissertation you giving, man, with all your scholarship and all this and your 10,000 books that you read, that sounds good to other people that deal with that scholarship and read the same 10,000 books. But to the people who don't know what you're talking about, you just speaking over their head. You just telling them something they can't see. They can't get no understanding of because you're not even speaking the language they understand. I seen the guy Shakim come up in here. I seen Shakim come through. What's the deal, Shak? Savior Allah. What's going on? Savior Allah said, any grafted live germ that's made weak and wicked is the devil. If someone doesn't understand that, then they just don't understand. The truth was told. Jadeda said, I was trying to wait until I capped 120, but I was trying to help the lives out by changing my name up. Surprised I didn't catch a drone missile already. Now, I was born said, when guys choose outrageous names, yeah. But these is things that people don't think in terms of like, all right, you got to show and prove that now. You know what I'm saying? Like when people, to a lot of people, they, you just picking a name that, you think sounds good for whatever reason. But people, around you, including the 5%, you know what I'm saying? They looking to see how you living. Like if your name is Justice, but you always doing, wicked stuff, people is looking at that. Any name is outrageous once you can't live it out. See, you got brother, they just get the knowledge, and their name is, Supreme Rainmaker, Supreme Rainmaker, King of the Milky Way, all this stuff. And you can't even build on the knowledge degree in the 1 to 10. Because that's the first thing. Is you gotta be who you say you are. That's how a person is gonna see, when they see it. Just like, look, Kobe Bryant, one of the ways how he became Kobe Bryant is he observed Michael Jordan. And he seen who he was. He seen Michael Jordan showing prove who he was. So then he followed in that footsteps. So that's one of the first things. When you tell them your name, and that ain't got nothing to do, with what you living out. As soon as you tell them you God. D. Christian said, my daughter is 2 years old. Don't pull a book of life off the shelf. Turn around, books all on the floor. I gotta pick it up and let her pick it up to show her. Let's talk. Yeah. See, the example is gonna beat the word. See, in the 85%, a lot of times we learn the other thing. Do as I say, not as I do. But we know and understand that only lasts inside of the radius of your physical eyesight. Outside of that, they're going to do what they see. Free to be me says some people were not meant to get it. Yeah, that's the reason I'm not as free with it as other people. See, you come to my class, you get the lessons, you got fast 3 days and all that. See, other people, you come in, they'll just give you the whole bunch on it. Yeah, I understand they point that this is for everybody. You see the fact of what you saying that some people is not for this, then I let them disqualify themselves first. See, I understand that concept and I agree with it. Respect is not really something you gotta earn from me. Respect is something you gotta lose. You gotta destroy the respect. Like, just if I see you walking down the street, I'm gonna give you all the respect and courtesy, man. You know what I'm saying? But if I see you, doing something or being something that I don't respect, now that's something different. But just an average person walking down the street, why wouldn't you respect them? So, like I said, on that plane right there, yeah, but look, let me see what you do with a little bit of knowledge, man, before I go giving you the best part. Now, as Born said, and it's growing shorter, meaning the time that you have to, get your point across to kids, you know what I'm saying? Because, they got stuff to do. You know what I'm saying? So he was saying the time is getting shorter. You got 10 to 20 minutes to, capture their attention. You might could speak longer than that, like he's saying right here, if you got the right bait. But otherwise, you can't hold their attention, talking all this college dissertation stuff. He said, they say my name is supposed to be aspirational. D. Christian says, Supreme, Snicker Bar, Kit Kat, Bump Stiggy. Yeah, I've heard some crazy names. Blair Snotty said, do as I say, not as I do. I was raised on that and rebelled against that irrational logic. Yeah, I mean, we all did. That was one of the dumbest things. That was just one of the dumb things that somebody said, right? And it sounded good. So every parent just kept running with it. Like, I don't know who, when they first started saying that to children, but they kept sticking with it for quite a while. D. Christian said, like was mentioned before, a lot of people in this nation I've met and through studying have went through hell and really appreciate the knowledge versus those who get it without trial. Jay Baldwin, we ain't see Jay Baldwin in a while. Yeah, I was saying, man, for me personally, myself, I don't even know of another way, man. Like, I can't think of anybody, because see, first of all, you talking about something that's a duty. Like when you come into this, man, your first duty is to become and remain civilized. See, but just that in of itself, just becoming and remaining civilized, by our definition, having knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Just let's stop right there. Having knowledge and wisdom. You got to study 120 lessons. You understand what I'm saying? Born king. You understand what I'm saying? So, it's already something that, if you're not ready to deal with no trials and tribulations, right? Then I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. You're gonna end up being a Muslim. See, because they have left responsibility. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could just go and follow, do your prayers, whatever type of different Muslim you are. But you still dealing with Islam and you adhering to some of the rules and principles, but you don't have to uphold the 6 sextillion times. So, I don't know how you would prepare somebody to uphold 6 sextillion times. You know what I'm saying? In an easy way. You know what I'm saying? And that's just, that's not the way I seen it. That's not the way I seen it done. You know what I'm saying? The best thing I could tell you is that, listen, man, or what I always tell people is, see, I came through the military training of men. And,
it's 3:00.
We going out there on the front lines. So, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how you would prepare somebody for that in an easy way. Philip Graham says 3 days of fasting includes what? 50 calories, water. Now, the way we fast, to come into this knowledge is just water. For 72 hours. See, because this is another thing when you deal with, when you deal with going through hell, you know what I'm saying, or any challenge that you give yourself, you learn something about yourself. See, one thing you're going to learn when you fast for 3 days on water only, man, is that mind power over the body. You understand what I'm saying? And this is what, you come into this is what we teaching you, right? But now, can you show and prove that to yourself? See, yeah, fasting, that purifies the body and all that. But look, you've been eating pig however long or whatever you ain't going to purify the body in no 3 days. See, you got to fast a series, every month, at that period of time. When I was coming up, it says 7 years. But what you showing and proving is that your mind is more powerful than your stomach. Now, as Born said, when you build with the youngsters, you can see the clock running out. They start messing with their phones and looking around. That's when you know it's time to bow out. Now, see, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. See, now I get on here and be long-winded, but see, there was a time when that was the science. See, like how we said light takes 8 minutes or 20 seconds to reach the planet. You got to give the light a chance to soak in sometimes. So you can't just keep beating them in the head, beating them in the head, beating them in the head, beating them in the head. You see what I'm saying? Even if you eat your favorite food, right? After a certain time, your body will reject it. You just vomit it up. Free to Be Me said drugs have destroyed a lot of gods. I mean that's a fact. Now, I was born said you can't destroy God, you can't destroy the truth. That's a fact. Halftime said, as for it getting shorter, just think it's the 5G era we live in too. So much other info coming out of youngin' at one time. Yeah, that's true. That, see, like, one of the best examples that I see of it, right, is that, when I was growing up, cartoons came on Saturday from 5:30 to 12:30. And then you might see Tom and Jerry. You might see Tom and Jerry or something like that on a weekday, 4 o'clock, 4:30, maybe a little Woody Woodpecker, a little Mighty Mouse maybe. You know what I'm saying? In the summer times, you might get a little bit more cartoons, but that was it. Now, you got whole channels. Like, you got like 4 or 5 channels that's devoted to cartoons. I know some of them is a little bit cartoons for a little bit older people, not necessarily kids, but I'm just saying that you got Nickelodeon, Nick Jr., Disney Channel, Toon Channel, you know what I'm saying? Just the amount of things that's marketed to children, the amount of movies that come out that, who's going to see that? You know what I'm saying? Except for children, you know what I'm saying? I don't recall that being the case. You know what I'm saying? But, it's definitely a lot more distractions surrounding them now. They being marketed to on a level, like you didn't really see commercials for toys until Christmas time. Now you see commercials, games, whatever is out. All right, Jadeda, Knowledge Born. I don't know if y'all know what she's talking about. If y'all know what she's talking about, maybe y'all could help her out. Maybe y'all could have a little side rally. Maybe y'all could have a side rally where y'all deal with that. Free to Be Me said, I held 6 sextillion tons for Wisdom God years. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And after Wisdom God years, you know, it's like, look, after Wisdom God years of doing this, you wouldn't even pass it off to somebody lightly. Like, knowing what, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even pass it off to somebody lightly like that. Like, I gotta tell you, yo, listen, this, you know, you need a rigorous regimen, man, to get up to speed, because this is something that, you know, especially go around certain ciphers, man, and say you God, man, you will be tested. You know, your own family, man, is going to test you. Wow. D. Christian said, the Born degree in the 1 to 14 is teaching me consistency and discipline 3/4 through doing this study for self and family and those I meet along the way, desirous to know. Speed Racer. I remember Speed Racer. We didn't see Speed Racer in a minute. A lot of people still walking around asleep. A sleepy MF sometimes be wanting to fight for waking them up. Yeah. You know when I saw, you remind me of a situation where I saw it was this dude, and he dealt with heroin, and he was nodding out, you know, but it was like a crowd of people. So his friend, you know, tapped him like, yo, get up. And he was tight, like, yo, man, I was grooving, man. It's like, that's grooving? Like, you like that? But, you know, that was his thing. But yeah, you know, because see what it is, Speed Racer, is that the person ain't just sleeping, they're dreaming. But what I would call that dream is a delusion. And see, when a person is delusional and you crush the delusion, you show the reality that doesn't coincide with their delusion, then yeah, violence is what they turn to. A face mask? Nah, I ain't got no face mask. I go out, listen, I already told y'all, man. I already know I already been exposed to it. I don't have anything to be afraid of now. I want to delete you, Amina. Me, Darkim Be AllahChrist, wants to delete you. I don't know about any fine miss. Now, I was born said he was telling his young guy about the Saturday when it was just cartoons on Saturday. Yeah, man. Yes, it's Sandwich Lady. It's Sandwich Lady D. Christian. Halftime said, no doubt ADHD culture is marketed to kids. Philip Graham says, I'll take help 3 days water. What do you mean you'll take help 3 days water? 7 years of fasting? No. Let me clarify what I'm saying, because I don't want you to. You gotta fast for 3 days. 3 days is enough time for you to get the benefits of fasting, right? Without you taking the body past 6. You know what I mean? Without you pushing the body so far, you know what I mean? Because remember, the brain is a part of the body. You know, you start pushing the body so far that you start hallucinating and having ideas that's outside the realm of reality. When I said that 7 years, it takes 7 years to get the pig out of your body. The reason why brothers say that, right, is because all the cells in your body replenish in 7 years. If you understand what I'm saying. So when they say you are what you eat, right? The cells in your body, right, is being produced from the nutrients in what you eat. So if the cells in your body was produced while you was eating pig, then they still a part of those cells. So after 7 years of eating the right foods and fasting 3 days at a time, right? Throughout the course of the 7 years, you know, fast 3 days a month. And then at the end of the 7 years, we would say that the pig is out of your body. Hopefully you understand that more clearly now. Musa D, what's the deal? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about neither. Philip Graham said he'll take the help. What help are you talking about? The fasting, you know, depending on who is teaching you, you know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes I fast with a brother, you know what I'm saying? See, I haven't fasted with a lot of, you know, like in terms of, since we've been doing this, right? A couple people got the knowledge. I didn't fast with none of them because they grown men. But if I was, you know, giving the knowledge to somebody who was, then yeah, I fast with them. So if you're talking about that, but nah, son, this you on your own now. We the 5. This is what I'm saying. You showing, proving that you got that your mind power over your body. You understand what I'm saying? Is your thoughts useful to your body, or is your body the useful land? You understand what I'm saying? What's the planet that's rotating? Is your stomach controlling your thoughts, or is your thoughts controlling your stomach? That's something that only you can show and prove that you can do it. Free to be me said these babies now think Google's the true and living. Urban Gorilla said patience is required when performing your duty because our light travels through the much slower sound, traveling at 1,120 feet per second to make your knowledge born. Yeah. You're right. I see that clearly. You know, because you got ideas, you know what I'm saying, where you like, but see, the person is not, they thoughts is they don't think with your intelligence. So while somebody might be doing something, or somebody's not catching on, and you like, yo, I keep telling you, why you not catching on? That's because the sound still gotta vibrate at the rate of sound, even though your thoughts, you know what I'm saying, you thinking they should be ahead, but nah, they still analyzing the sound in their own good time. Jadeda said, just glad. Oh man, listen, Jadeda. Free to Be Me said Justice League was the bomb. Yeah, you know, I used to watch both of the Justice Leagues. You know, that's when it started being certain drama. Cause I used to get up. I used to get up like 5:30 and watch. I used to start off with like Rocky and Bullwinkle and all that. Felix the Cat. You know what I'm saying? Speed Racer. I used to watch Speed Racer. It used to come on like about 6 o'clock or 6:30, and then it used to be the first Justice League that come on like 7, and then the second one it come on, Super Friends come on at 8 o'clock. Then my little sister, when all that My Little Pony strawberry shortcake crap start coming out, she wanted to look at that, but that's when it started being drama. Blaine and Snotty said they turned to violence because they weren't mentally prepared to see the reality. Sometimes the soil has to be tilled first, then the seed planted and nurtured, and let nature take its course. True indeed. Very different kind of assistance. Born King shall remember when the TV networks would shut off around midnight after Johnny Carson. They would play the national anthem and shut off, yeah, and put the flag up. And it used to come back on like 5:30 right before the news. Yeah, I recall that when TV used to go off at night. Halftime, since a couple people brought up the winner 14, can you share your take on that phrase, half original? Well, let me see something real quick. Let me catch up here. How far back am I? All right. Let's. In what aspect do you mean? What's my take on the phrase half original? Like, what is a half original? What does half original mean? That's a broad. By the time I catch up, put that in the comments. Knowledge Born said that was before they started selling that time to infomercials. Yeah, I recall that too. Then they had that era. Process says wisdom that helped my fast was Darkim saying to take it easy, not try to overexert myself. Yeah, that's what people talking about. They out running miles, man. Take it easy when you fast. Hey, man, I know y'all said I'm hard on people, but not that hard. You think this is Navy SEAL training or something? Sadiq said he driving up and down the road. Yeah, I was just telling somebody, man, I need some deliveries. I need some deliveries, man. Stuff is running out, man. I'm starting to notice New York is like shutting down. Like stores that was open last week, it's like they giving up. Like, nah, we not making money, man. Or whatever. College boy say you sound like you still got beef about that strawberry. Yeah, man, strawberry shortcake. What's that other crap? The Care Bears. Come on, man. Listen, let me tell you something, man. Even the Smurfs was kind of late for me, man. I wasn't really feeling the Smurfs like that. I mean, it was all right. Nah, I didn't like none of it. Listen, I think my cartoons stopped coming out in like 82 or something, man. Because I don't really before that, it had to be before that. Because by 82, I was pretty much falling out of cartoons. Because by 84, I used to be outside of the park in the morning. Darnell Fenderson is new. Where you from, Darnell Fenderson? Darnell Fenderson asked a question. How do you see the power degree in the 140? D. Christian said, Fraggle Rocks. Yeah, I wasn't Fraggle Rock. Wasn't too. I wasn't. He-Man. I messed with He-Man a little bit. Kung Fu movies on Saturday, definitely. That's definitely. Darnell Fenderson said, wants to go into the power degree, but hold up, we waiting for halftime that to clarify a question, and then we're gonna get into that power degree in the 140. Philip Grant said, I heard that but could you run that back for the fasting part? Well, what part did you miss? Because, I might be best for you to go back and listen to it again. Got to write down what minute and second this is or something. But what part did you miss about the fasting? Yeah, that Care Bear stuff is crap, man. Halftime said most of the best cartoons have violence in it. Most of the bad ones didn't. Care Bears was dropping high science. Yeah, I missed it. Urban Gorilla said I was pressed to stay up to catch Benny Hill. Yo, Benny Hill was the joint, man. You know Benny Hill passed away. Like not too long ago, man. I just seen something about Benny Hill, man. Could you imagine Benny Hill being out today, though? I'm surprised Benny Hill ain't getting me too. Can't have Benny Hill today. Darnell Fenderson is from Cleveland. Yeah, it's a guy out there in Cleveland I build with all the time. He do a lot of building. He got a lot of young brothers out there. Now I was born said it was like they started making cartoons for a younger audience. Then I started watching them cartoons late night on weekends. Yeah. But once I don't know, I can't really put my finger on it, but it did just come a day where it was like, yo, this stuff is, oh man. And my sister was like crazy about this stuff, man. Nazala said, where I've been getting my food from? Well, today I actually went to the halal Chinese. But I hit the supermarket. I've been hitting the supermarket, and I rack up with enough chicken for a couple of days, and then right now I'm just sticking to like the staple foods. I ain't really getting too fancy. You know what I mean? Just in case everything hits the fan. A Supreme Scientist said Benny Hill died in 92. Well, who died the other day? I just saw something about his show the other day. But so Halftime said, so perhaps a better way to ask my question is, I'm quite sure Musa and Columbus didn't resemble each other. No, not to my knowledge, they didn't resemble each other. So what you were saying is the question, how are they half original? Alright, so Philip Graham said 3 days water, every additional 3 days, add on another 3 to bring my mind back from the swan. No. For 3 days, you fasting on water, right? Next month, fast 3 days again. 3 days. See, when you start going over 3 days, depending on, what you're doing, your composition already, you might start hallucinating and things of that nature. So don't go over 3 days. Jamal Gray, we ain't see Jamal Gray in a minute. He said his parents' first resurrection in a while would break down cartoons like He-Man. They took offense to him being master of the universe. If you do the one, he wore a gold German cross on his armor, low-key Aryan. And I don't think he was all that low-key Aryan. Yeah, people, it's not, I'm not concerned. But like I said, stores are closing down. Like, I thought it was going to be regular. Like, I didn't, I thought people from New York was tougher than that, man. Like, I didn't know people was really going to, but then when they really, and I saw everybody observing it, man, then it was like, oh, man, So, yeah, it's stores, there's stuff that you can't get right now in New York, man. There's stuff you can't get right now in New York. So, plus, I had to I have to get back into my workout, man, hard body, man, because you might have to save your own life out here right now. One king said, I look at Obama as a modern day Musa. He came to civilize some Caucasians, and he also sprinkled in technology and establishment. Yeah, we gonna make it, man, but it might get rough. It might get rough in the interim, man. So let's get back into these questions. So the question is, how is Columbus half original? Yeah, Jadata, that's one of the Jadata said, this has encouraged me to look at self-sustainability as closely as I have the economy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that that's definitely the lesson. That's definitely the lesson from this. You know what I'm saying? Is that we gotta have our own, you know what I'm saying? Like, even in terms of like what happened with the rally, you know what I'm saying? Like, right now the schools is closed. So if we wanted to have the rally, we couldn't have the rally. All of this stuff, man, it definitely, you know what I'm saying, made you look at the reality that, we say what we want to say, but at the end of the day, we still liking the devil because the devil give us nothing. You understand what I'm saying? We still, sitting here waiting for the trucks to come back with, more supplies from them. T. Christian said, this is the time we see who been eating a diet full of estrogen versus who got their nuts intact. But Free to Be Me said, we still under the devil's cipher, yeah. And this is demonstrating it to us, you know what I'm saying? This is definitely a wake-up call right here to say, look, we gotta bring about a change, you know what I mean? Because that's one thing. This right here is you know what I'm saying? Like I said, like, look, now's not the time. It's too late. Like, people like, yo, go take zinc and vitamin C. Jigga 1017. Listen, you already have to be taking zinc and vitamin C. You already have to be, you know what I'm saying, healthy, strong, and a good breather. And by the same token, you already had to have whatever means of sustainability, you already had to have that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you just running out now trying to get canned goods or toilet paper, you know what I'm saying? Nah, this is too late. you can't take zinc and vitamin C with pork chops. Come on, man. Zinc with pork chops. They don't even make that. Prevention is better than cure. Free to be me said, Elijah already told us in the fall of America. All right, now let's get to, I guess he's saying how when we say Columbus was a half original man, right? Now, we know the original man already knows every square inch of the planet Earth. And the original man had already chosen for himself the best part. And the original man knew that North America was here. Right? There was already maps about it. How did Columbus find out? Leonard Snoddy said how the devil rules your personal life compared to how the devil rules the original people are two different things. The power to rule your personal life ended in 1914. See that? You said it's the 6,000 year rule up? You know, we asked a very interesting question about that the other day. But I'm still focused on the question of how did Columbus, Milo Mew is new. He said Columbus had original people on the boat that could be the other half. I mean, that's a way of drawing it up right there. Now, Osborne said he got it from the Moors. He was from Italy, but his voyage was commissioned by Isabella, Queen of Spain, and Prince Ferdinand. Leonard Snoddy said half original could refer to knowledge. Jiggy 1017 said you hit the hammer and then you hit the hammer and the nail on build up your immune system ahead of time. Shout out to all the meat-eating overnight Dr. Savy said cats who are wolfing down sea moss and have thyroid issues. Oh, man. Jadeda said, was the brother's name Pedro Nino? Let me see. Got this here in the way. Anyways, the brothers' navigators were original. So, my point is that he was amongst the original people at some point. Because see, nobody really knows who Columbus was. There's no descriptions or pictures of Columbus from when he was alive. But we know that Queen Isabella was mortal enemies with the Moors. Like when the Moors had first invaded Spain, her family was some of the rulers of Spain that had got put to the sword. So those navigators, they wasn't her friends. They wasn't people that she said, well, look, if I'm going to give you this boat, let me make you take this navigator right here. Born King said John Hawkins had original people on the boat too, but that doesn't make him half original. Free to be me said the Italians think Columbus were their heir. I mean, nobody knows who Columbus is. Some people say he's Sicilian. Some people say he's Italian. Some people say he's Jewish. Some people say he's Spanish. But what I'm saying is by the evidence of his work, right? He spent some time amongst the original people, right? And he spent some time amongst the Caucasian people. And that, the two halves that he got from them is what he brought over here. You understand what I'm saying? Or that's what enabled his mission of so-called discovery. Knowledge Born said, and he had to learn their language. The first time he traveled, they didn't even think he was going to return. That's why he had a bunch of pirates and criminals with him. Jadeda said, that's why I think half original is a descriptor for someone whose mindset is original and devil mixed, like a savage. Why? I wouldn't say original and devil mix per se. You know what I mean? But it's two different things. You see what I'm saying? Just like Musa, he had his Egyptian family, right? And he had his Jewish family. You know what I'm saying? You know, the same thing with Columbus and his works. You understand what I'm saying? You discovered it, you a hero, but then you destroyed it. But in terms of who Columbus is, nobody really knows. Free to be me said the Moors ultimate navigators. Glenn Snoddy said Musa was half original as well. He was raised by original, yet his duty was to the Caucasian, which seems to be the same with Columbus as it seems. Has the historicity of Musa been validated? No. There's no... Musa is supposed to have been in the desert, right, for 40 years with 144,000 people. There's no, like they haven't found any archaeological evidence of any people being in the desert, 144,000 strong civilization, and that's how many people he left with. You know what I'm saying? So after 40 years, you would expect to see some cities and towns built up. La Illuminati, peace. You know what I'm saying? Now, I have heard some signs concerning Moses being the Pharaoh Thutmose. But that's something that I heard. You know what I'm saying? We would have to do some more research on showing and proving that. But I've heard that historical reference made to him. But other than that, I don't know of anywhere that I could point you to right now where you could cross-reference, what you learned there with what we know about Moses. I mean, the Bible, of course, but... John Data says, so are they saying half original means not real? No. Born King said, that's why I compare Obama to Musa because of his ideas. Nah, that's not what it's saying, John David. But look, what do we call an individual, right, who it's like they black and everything, right? But they got a white mindset. What we call them? Or what's one of the names that we have for them? Oreo cookies. Now I just want to hit it on the head. Oh yeah, everybody got it. Jeffrey Morrell, what's going on, man? We call him a little bit black, a little bit white. Elijah Muhammad chose to convey that idea by saying he was half original. Blair Snoddy said the Christians say there is no evidence because God killed them with fire and brimstone from the sky. Moses was a compiled story of Thutmose and Akhenaten, two Egyptian pharaohs. God killed who with fire and brimstone? I mean, Judah TV, I haven't found evidence of who Columbus was. The evidence that I found so far, like they don't have any descriptions or pictures of Columbus from when he existed. The 144,000 wasn't killed with fire and brimstone. What are you talking about? They was scattered all around. Remember, they went to Babylon and all of that after that. And some of them went to Spain. They split into the Ashkenazis and the Sephardi. The lessons say he was born in Italy. Saying he was born in Italy that's not exactly the same as saying he was Caucasian. Philip Graham, I mean, see, Philip Graham, once once you got the knowledge, once you know, you know what I'm saying, once you know what the truth is, you can always come back to it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's the situation you're talking about, but you need to learn the story of the prodigal son. Shakim said the Vikings predate before Columbus discovered America, and the originals before that. Oh yeah, I remember that show, Battles BC, but yeah, that was like a fictional show. The Christians don't teach the part about them going to Babylon? I didn't know that. Now see, Jigga 1017, look, this is one of the things that I heard too. Jigga 1017 asked, what do I know about Columbus being Portuguese and mixing in as an Italian when he migrated there? I've heard this. That's what I'm saying. No one really knows who Columbus is. So we know that he was able to move amongst the original people, right? In order to get him to be his navigators, he had to communicate with them somehow. And we know that he moved amongst the Caucasians because they gave him money to supply his ships. You know, and then, you know, it's an actual fact of this too. You know, we gotta, you can't leave out the actual fact. A lot of y'all are bringing up the name, right? But the Moors, you know, Columbus, when was Columbus born? Columbus had to be born in the 1440s, 1450s. The Moors had conquered parts of Europe for 700 years by that time. So right now, what I'm saying is that if you Google who was Christopher Columbus's parents, they don't know.
It's 4 o'clock.
Jadata said the real half original were the cats that helped Cristobal Colon and the Queen just after getting kicked out of Spain. Who you talking about? The dudes that they sent to that island? That they exiled? The people they exiled who was mixed with the Moors? What are you talking about? There was some people that got exiled to an island. Like it's like a couple of islands that the Spanish had exiled some people that they was physically they was descended from the Moors and from the Spanish. The origin of the census. No, I can't say. No, I don't know what the origin of the census is. In the modern time, the census is a lot about sociology, just the study of people and their conditions. What kind of resources they got, and how they living, how they coming out in a society. Asiatic Ali, peace. Asiatic Ali said he went to Andalusia in '88. They love us. I don't know about that. But halftime, did that answer your question? That, first of all, like I said, no one really knows who Christopher Columbus is. Jadeda said, my understanding is that Columbus used Moorish navigators after the defeat. I can't recall the brother's name that commanded, but I think some became pirates. Yeah. The Barbary Coast pirates came from the Moors. In the Navy song, in the United States Navy song, when they say, it's a part where they said, not the Navy, the Marines, where they said, to the shores of Tripoli. That was when Thomas Jefferson sent the Marines to Tripoli in Libya, well, where Libya is now. But the city Tripoli was around already. And that was about something. The Barbary Coast pirates was kidnapping, they was hijacking something where he sent the Marines over there. So yeah, and that all extended from that history with the Moors. So yeah, some of the Moors became the Barbary Coast pirates. D. Christian said they sending them out talking about it's mandatory. I gotta do the science on it. I don't like the word mandatory. Sounds fishy. I mean, yeah, mandatory, definitely. You know that's a strange word. You know what I'm saying? You know, and not a strange word, but it's a that's not a word you want to hear coming from the government. You know what I'm saying? You know, in terms of what they say it's for resources in the community. You know what I'm saying? Like they saying it's mandatory because, you know, say for instance, in any given area, if they notice a spike, let's say in the amount of children that's born in the neighborhood, then they might build a new school. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, all of those is like sociologic type those are sociologic type endeavors. Now, I was born said the more and more I hear about exile in islands and what I know about penal colonies, the exile being a bid is looking more and more clearer. Yeah. Born King said, no, all of us are not crushed with Caucasian. Asiatic Ali, yeah, from the halls of Montezuma to the land of Tripoli. Meaning Olmecs in America to the Moors in Morocco. Jadeda said, I did see that Libya has a foreign military post on their northern shore that's probably connected. All right, now, so we're going to get back now to the brother. The brother said he wanted to go through the power degree in the 1 to 40. Are you still here? And so do you want to know how did they calculate? Did you want to know how did they calculate the land and the water? Jigga 1017 said the census has always been mandatory under law, and you can get a $5,000 fine for not filling it out, but they rarely enforce it. Yeah, I didn't know that. Now, as one said, everywhere the devil goes, he brings his trading post, a.k.a. army base. Where's the brother who was asking about the power degree and the 1 to 40? John Data said, yeah, I had to learn to identify trading posts in my life and others so I can take them up by the root. So maybe the brother who asked the question about the power degree, maybe he'll come back another time and we can get into that. I did take a while with this Columbus aphorism. Law Magnetic, peace. Still in. Knowledge Born says, the census is very important for civic purposes. Allentown gets $241 for every citizen accounted for. Means a lot when it comes to free lunch and discount bus passes for children and elderly. Not much, Magnetic. You know, we was just in here shooting over different topics. We just got finished with Columbus being half original. Knowledge Born said, and that money comes every year for 10 years. Jigga 1017 said he hasn't filled out a census form since he was a juvie in '89. If I did today, I'm confused as to what nationality, ethnicity to check. Thus, I have it as an adult. D. Christian said, I was thinking of what would the planet look like if Allah didn't manifest His knowledge on the planet. Life would be totally different all over the planet. You know, I was actually thinking about that, you know, yeah, I mean, I don't think you could tell the history of the world, right, without mentioning the 5%. Like, in whatever capacity, you would have to say, yeah, with some people, we don't really know who they was and what they was about, but yeah, they was, you know, they was very, very influential in everything that happened from a certain point on. Knowledge Born said the last census, they missed out on over 30,000 for people not filling out the census. Yeah. You know, that is one thing that they do at the census. Like, you know, that's how they allocate resources. That's how they allocate resources, because like I said, it's got to deal with sociology. So, you know, how much resources we put in this community, you know, things like how many representatives if you get, see, Jadeda just put, I wonder if they use the census data for gerrymandering. That's what I'm saying. How many representatives you have from an area, all of that got to deal with the census. Asiatic Ali said nationality equals Moorish American ascendance of Moroccans physically formed in America. AC said, seems like they're making a bigger deal this year with the census. Well, you know, one thing is because of the situation that's going on, they were supposed to be taking the census right now. So, and some of this bailout money may be connected to the census too. Halftime says census is about as accurate as the voting system. What you said, face. Funny thing is, face is a construct, and we're being pushed to reinforce a detrimental construct for our own good somehow. I think that's a typo. Race is a construct, and we're being pushed to reinforce it, to reinforce a detrimental construct for our own good somehow. I don't know so much the race is a construct. It might be overdone, but I don't know about being a construct. Jiggy 1017 said, I know they came and knocked on my door at least 15 times throughout the spring and summer of 09 and 10. Alarm Magnetic said, brothers asked me questions around the way regarding the firstborn, but I don't know how to answer. I asked a few guys and he gave me the input. I wanted to see your understanding so I could draw it up and send it back to the babies around my way. Well, what's the question? D. Christian said, I seen a headline where they mentioned in regards to businesses being closed now would change the landscape of the economy in a different way after the Guinness virus. I mean, yeah, there's some things, you know, like, look, you know, the packed restaurant is not going to come back for a while. The cruise ship may be done. Working from home, automation, I tell you another thing, another way I think this is going to impact people, and I'm talking about your everyday person in a way that a lot of people might be thinking about. It's probably going to be a ticket blitz. A ticket blitz. Like, think about all the money that these cities is missing out on right now. You know what I'm saying? When you look at all this money, what usually happens when that happens? Like here in New York, right? Let's say we have like a bad snowstorm and the police have to, you know, do a lot. Eventually down the line, you're going to see a little ticket blitz. You know what I'm saying? Like all these people that they letting out the penitentiary. You know, you still got all those union jobs to support. You know, like right now, all this bailout money and all that, it sounds all fine and good, but remember they're gonna want that. They're gonna want a chunk out of every individual over that. But yes, it's gonna, you know, like I was saying on the live, I don't know if you was on there, that look, BC is gonna mean before coronavirus after this. Halftime, she ain't got it all. Don't pay her no mind. None of us know. Divine Quality said checks should be in the mail next week based off taxes. Census isn't complete yet. I did hear something like that they was gonna be mailing your check, or they was gonna be depositing your check, or whatever information that's on file for you at the IRS. That's where they was gonna deposit your check. Like if it's an address, they'll send you a check. If it's a bank account, they was gonna direct deposit it. But I also heard that some people not gonna be getting it for like 3 months. You know, they probably start going out next week. Free to Be Me said Thanos is collecting the stones. Not too hip on what that means. D. Christian said, yo, I live in Jersey City and they kill me with parking tickets. I started taking the train more. You know, actually, I don't live in Jersey City and they killed me out there with tickets before. Halftime said I had to ask the question mark above my head was, listen, man. Yeah, I don't, what would you call it, Ja Data? Jiggy 1017 said we're moving towards digital antiquation. Technology, AI, and automation will supersede and rule analog humans. Yeah, and I'm saying, you know, we're in a situation right now where companies is going to be saying that, like, yo, we took a hit right now, you know what I'm saying? You know, and look, we already laid these people off. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, you know, we only paying, you know, this much in payroll right now, and we still getting the job done, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if we want to, you know, bring all these cats back and pay them. Allah Magnetic said, why do we always hear about Black Messiah, Firstborn Prince, and ABG, and not Bismi, Uhura, etc.? Do they not have students? There's just a lot of cornball cats around, you know, who, you know, they want to pile into certain, you know, certain names, certain people is sexy. So people like to, you know, kind of lean on those names. You know what I'm saying? That's like you know, really for me, you know, I started seeing that in the internet era. You know what I'm saying? Where, everybody wants to be associated. That's what I started seeing too. I did notice that it kind of came down to everybody's from this tree and this tree and this tree. And nah, that's not facts. A comment. That's a good description. Plus, I'm gonna tell you another thing. See, it depends. I'm saying this magnetic from Massachusetts, right? Nah, she's not a part of the subscribers. Not at all. Magnetic said basically what he's saying, where you trace your lineage back to Allah, you always get those top 3 names mentioned, never the other firstborn. Do you know any guys taught by firstborn other than the top 3? Yeah. But I'm saying this is magnetic from Massachusetts. Jiggy 1017 said direct deposits will start rolling out on the 17th. Paper checks will take up to 20 weeks to hit your mailbox. So that's 2 weeks. Jiggy 1017. D. Christian said, AI won't be ruling me. I was short circuit Johnny 5, stay alive. Listen, man, you're going to be working next to a machine, man. Look, I remember I seen it was a place, I don't know if it stayed open. It started out in California, but this place, they had a machine that made burgers. That was the idea of the place. It didn't even hard. It only had a few workers. Like the whole thing was automated. Halftime said, I noticed as you said that, you made a gesture like you were typing. When I said what? But this is magnetic from Massachusetts. Happened? Did I get cut off? Yeah, so I was saying. Sincere Shakima. Jansport Posse. I think you the first member of Jansport Posse. You the first member of Jansport Posse in here. Halftime said about some people when you explaining Yeah, I mean, because, when it got to the internet, that's what started happening. Magnetic said, I spoke to Saquon and Tamari. They speak of a guy named Kashim. You know him? He was taught by Uhura. Uhura taught a lot of people, man. Uhura was the first person teaching in the desert. And some of those people from the desert ended up in Medina. Like there's people in Medina that got the knowledge from this brother from Far Rock that was taught by Uhura. And that's just one example. You know what I'm saying? But see, what I was going to say is, see, when, you asking those brothers up there, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you got to look at who did the teaching up there. You know what I'm saying? Like, a brother that I taught went up there and did a lot of teaching, right? So look, everybody that come through him, where else they going to trace their history to? You know what I'm saying? The certain trees went in certain directions. And that's what the population of guys out there come from. So, for the people, I told you before, I got a call out the blue where a brother, he hit me and he asked me about the history of the desert. So I'm just telling him about the history of the desert that I know of. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. So he just tells me, he's like, yeah, I was asking because somehow or another, he's like, yo, the knowledge came to me through this brother from the desert. He started telling me the name and everything, and he's telling me where he's from. So I asked him, I was like, yo, wait, you talking? I started describing the brother. He said, yeah, that's him. So I said, yeah, I taught him. See, he said, you must be Darkim Be Allah. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know he knew who I was. But I'm just saying that, yeah, the people who's there, that's who they trace their history back to. So you're not going to hear the other names because the brothers who they taught went in some other direction. Brother Grant said, this is school and I brought this upon myself. I don't want to be exiled. I'll take it right and exact. I mean, I don't know why you keep saying this, Philip Grant. Have we met before? Because see, let me tell you something, man, Philip. I don't know if this is going to help you. But even the devil get a chance to clean himself up. So I'm not sure where you coming from with this kind of talking. You know what I'm saying? But, we're not Masonic over here. See, when these lives, during the whole live, from the beginning to the ending, you see me teaching that the black man is God. I ain't really got nothing else. We go through certain details, showing and proving whatever. But look, at the end of the day, that's the whole of the message. Is that you God. Well, I don't know who you are because I don't know who you are. But that the black man is God. So, calm down. This ain't where, you got to jump through hoops and study 35 to 50 years and, you ain't got to make our coffee and nothing like that. We're not going to put you on the line like a sorority or fraternity and none of that. The trials and tribulations you got to go through in this is for you, because I already got the knowledge. Divine Quality said the money we work for needs to be tied into financial statements, mainly due to inflation. Yeah. I mean, I said financial statements. Financial instruments. Yeah. Because the way things is going right now, just saving your money in the bank is you're gonna be losing the way the interest is. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have it in something that's multiplying, because you know what I'm saying, it's like how we said you could put $20 in the bank, but you know what $20 was worth, you know, $1 million ain't what it used to be. It's not. I remember when that was like a common statistic that people used to say that, yo, the average person don't make $1 million in their whole lifetime. That's not, you know, exactly true anymore. Shit, Shaquem talking about here I go. It's not me, man. I already told y'all, man. I researched this topic. JanSport banned strings because of y'all. There's no more. You can't find, like, there's a couple of, you know, stories, hood people speaking on it, but you cannot find a JanSport string on the entire planet. Cause y'all don't know how to act. Jiggy1017 said, if you own an Android phone, you are the droid and have been subjected to AI and transhumanism. Watch the movie Her with Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah, halftime. That's a good question. Philip Graham said that he might be exiled because I lack in knowledge of self and don't know this 120 by heart, and I want it so bad, but I'm far behind. Well, that's not like devilishment, Philip Graham. You know, have you had the knowledge for a long time? You saying you've been slacking? What? I don't understand. Hey, look, Philip Grant. I came from lacking the knowledge of myself too. See, listen, we teachers. That's the basic. I mean, 5%. Throw all that stuff out. 5% is a teacher. See, it tell you about the conditions they in while they teaching. It tells you what they teach and who they teach. Listen, a 5% is a teacher. And a teacher, see, a 10% is somebody who take advantage of you lacking knowledge. So your lack of knowledge becomes a problem when you start interacting with the 10%. But see, somebody tell them what the born degree and the 140 says. If you here to let the 5% teach you who's causing all this to happen, then that's what our duty is to do. So, you know, like I said, calm down. You know what I'm saying? We'll you know, pay attention to the conversation. Everything that we saying is important to somebody who wants to get the knowledge. Yeah, well, Philip, if you know the 14th letter is now, you already on the path. You know what I'm saying? Okay, now we Asiatic. Is this Asiatic Ali? Is this the brother that came to my house You did some songs over there one time. You recorded some songs in my house before. Asiatic Ali said, Lord, did you know Noble Jew Ali, born Adam and Eve, is the pale devils? Morris Questionnaire 102s, time 57 to 70. 10% came with Tricknology 101s after 1929. You got to clarify that. You said Noble Jew Ali, born Adam and Eve, is the pale devils. Yeah, I don't know what the Morris Questionnaire is. The 102s, you got to break all this down. 10% came with Tricknology 101s after 1929. So the 102s came before the 101s? Glenn Snoddy said, if Allah never made knowledge born, I would have been a Muslim and hip-hop wouldn't have dope rappers. Well, you know, the first one, that's up to you. The second one, I think I might agree on you on that. Nah, you can't attach myself to me. Can't attach themselves to me now I was born. Don't tell nobody you know me. You gonna be in trouble. John Data said, and them 9,000 miles get long. Got 8,998 left to go. Man. Man. Sincere Shakim had to start off with crying Jordan today because people were trying to 10% me. I don't, you know, the 10% and I, you know, it's like every day I have a rant now. Every day is something where I had to go on a rant. So yeah, today I had to start off with a little rant about people trying to 10% me and teach me things that can't be proven or disproven. You see what I'm saying? Like the 10%, see, they teach you about a mystery God that no one will be able to see until he dies, which means you can't prove it. But then, knowing that the dead is never going to come back from the grave and tell you that the mystery God and all the teachings about him was lies, then that means it would never be disproven. See, some people think they did something clever when they bring something up that can't be proven or disproven. But really, all you did is a 10% of what they do. And see, within that confusion, while you searching for something that can't be proven or disproven, that does not exist, that's how they make their money. That's how they get their living. So yeah, I had to go crying Jordan. Now I was born said there's 41 people in the room, only like 10 to 15 adding on. Yeah. Hey, look, man. I better get those likes up. That's why my alerts ain't going out, man. Supreme Scientist said, what is the reason why gods are encouraged to trace their history back to Allah? I mean, well, first of all, I mean, that's your root. You know what I'm saying? The root of all things. But you know, you know, there was a time when we knew who everybody was. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, you got brothers in California, Canada, all type of places. You know, it was a time when, all the guys was right around here. Not this particular block where I'm at now, but I'm saying like, everybody was in respective neighborhoods, and we all knew each other. Everybody knew who everybody was. You understand what I'm saying? So, if you couldn't trace your tree back to Allah, kind of like, who are you? You know what I'm saying? We didn't really, and at one time, if you showed up in the area and see like people name drop now, listen, man, people make a phone call, man. Yeah, this person's over here saying they know you, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, we wanted to know who everybody was. You know what I mean? You gotta remember that. Just in terms of our history, you know what I'm saying? Our founder, you know what I'm saying? Our founder got shot twice on 2 different occasions. You know what I'm saying? And returns to the essence in the second one. So, that's just a part, we need to know who everybody is. You know what I'm saying? We talking about people, by the time we came along, see, all that was gone. But we talking about brothers who was, they was targets of a COINTELPRO investigation. There's FBI files on the law. And in those FBI files, right, there's redacted names. And next to some of those redacted names, it says, redacted name is a 5%er and has produced, valuable information in the past. I'm not quoting it, but, it says some of that nature. So, yeah, we want to know who you are. You understand what I'm saying? That's one way we can know. How you trace your history back to the law? Who's these people? You know what I'm saying? In the same kind of way that if you had a family reunion, everybody that you meet there, you ask them, how y'all related. You know what I'm saying? Because, if you eating the last of the macaroni and cheese and you ain't really, really related to us, it might be a problem. Ron Magnetic said he used to see me every last weekend of the month with Freedom, would bring him up there. If you would bring us both through degrees here and there, that's when he used to hang with Divine from Chicago. Divine, you talking about dark-skinned Divine? Oh, I know you talking about Divine Knowledge. Yeah, I remember those years. Frederick Norris Sweezer. Frederick Norris Sweezer is new. Peace, black man. Where you from? Oh, Energetic. What is the deal, Energetic? Man, I don't know. Me and Energetic used to break night and day. Building. Phantasm. Peace. All right, so Asiatic Ali is saying that that's not him. All right, now, I mean, what gives with the Noble Drew Ali stuff? Like, you gotta break it all the way down. I'm saying, like, I'm not versed in the Noble Drew Ali science. You know what I'm saying? So you saying that he was the first one to say that Adam and Eve in the Bible, that the making of Adam and Eve was the making of the devil? Philip Graham said, I'd like to cleanse of my own devilishment and become a proper 5%. Yeah, well, Phil, I don't know how much negativity you could be doing and still paying attention and typing on the live right here. If you've been doing some devilishment while you watching the screen, cut that out. And then, when you go to rest, when you wake up in the morning, just don't do no devilishment. That's how that works. Knowledge Born said, did you know Noble Drew was a snake oil salesman and was arrested for giving fake seances? He said he could bend metal. They locked him up and said, break out. Side rally may be starting. Jadeda said, you're not talking about me trying to 10%, are you? I was just sharing information. Sincere Shakim said, so it's easy for them to lie because they teach it and live off of it. Yeah, they and that's, and see, that, but see, when it becomes hard, it's hard when the truth is revealed. See, it's like the Catholic Church I was saying earlier. See, the Catholic Church, right? 1,000 years ago, it was things that people ain't have the knowledge to prove or disprove. And then the church taught something, right, that they couldn't prove or disprove. That's one of the reasons why they losing people worshiping them now, right? Is because people have the knowledge to prove and disprove some of the things that they was teaching. That's why they burn books, and they didn't want people to have the knowledge. Born King said it's important to trace your history back, just like we want to know our blood history. The history is through the mind. Yeah, I don't know, man. Philip Graham is you gotta get control of himself. Jigga 1017 says, Phil, they say that at one point Bilal could only recite one verse of the Quran, but he recited that ayah faithfully while being tortured. Teach the knowledge degree in 1 to 10 if that's all you know. Now that is a jewel. Now Jalal said, yeah, what is the deal with MSTA, Noble Drew Ali? Yeah, I haven't done a whole lot of studying on Noble Drew Ali. I know who he is. Jigga 1017 says to Philip Graham, stop being hard on yourself or seeking a pity party. Study and teach, but most of all, teach what you understand. Son of the soil, what's going on? Knowledge Born said, and that his intelligence was more pertinent because the five were considered a loose-knit group of teenagers from Harlem and the Bedford-Stuyvesant sections of the city. Yeah, so we grew up a certain kind of way. Yeah, tell them, Child Data. Like, subscribe, comment. Oh, side rally smoke squad is on the scene. Yeah, that's peace. That's peace. That's peace, Magnetic. Those was the days. Energetic said, what you think about this bill going on with the don't come outside? I think that, when you know you weak boned and weak blooded and something comes on the scene that dictates that only the strong will survive, that you're gonna look for shelter. That's like a law, man. You know what I'm saying? That people may want to ignore it, but listen, man, only the strong survive. You know what I'm saying? Like, we live in a day and time right now where it's insulin and, high blood pressure pills and, artificial this and artificial. Listen, man, only the strong survive. See, we living in a day and time where you could literally be dead and they could put you on machines and you appear to be surviving. So it's like that technology has enabled us to kind of skirt that law. But only the strong survive, man. You know what I'm saying? And if you weak boned and weak blooded, you're going to be running for cover right now. Jigga 1017 said Noble Ali ran with gypsies, so it's possible he was doing sideshows.
It's 5 o'clock.
Philip Graham said, well, to be honest, I thought it would come back to memory the faster I got rid of all my stuff and came to conclusion with myself. All right, I don't know what you've been doing, Philip Graham, but just cut it out. Supreme Scientist says something can neither be proven nor disproven. It's called non-falsifiable hypothesis. It's of no interest in science. Tell them. That's not scientific. A person think they being scientific, open-minded. Nah, man. You just said something that you could have just not said. If we dealing with knowledge, you just gave me something that I can't even make an observation of. Like, that's fancy. Now, I was born, said I was speaking on the description of the guys in the FBI files. Yeah. I saw, something? Let's get off the FBI. Sadiq said, I'm outside like a street lamp, so I'm not buying it. But be safe though. Jack Stone used to say, I mean, yeah, you know, I've been outside every day. You know what I'm saying? I just came from outside. We was out there doing a live. I was actually around my old way. I was in front of my building. I was in front of the building where, you know, that was the first place where I brought lessons back to. That's why I was resting. Like, I didn't get the knowledge in my rest, but I'm saying that's where I got the knowledge. I was over there today. It's quite a bit different. It wasn't really nobody outside for me to say it's gentrified, but yeah, it's quite a bit different over there. Supreme Scientist said the wise and strong, 2 and 5 survive. Now, I was born said they had the newspaper articles from up in North Jersey. They was killing him in the vid. Thinking one of Sanetta's folks. Oh, you talking about this is the, oh yeah, Noble Drew Ali is from Newark. I ain't gonna front now, listen. Shout out to Newark. Shout out to Newark. I got a lot of great brothers from out in Newark, but look, people from Newark know what I'm talking about. When I found out he was from Newark, it was a thing like, yo, he from Newark? Hey, nah, I don't like the sound of that. I don't think I like that. But yeah, no, I didn't see that particular Sonetta episode. Shout out to Sonetta. Shout out to Sonetta. Energetic said, ain't these Caucasians supposed to rule only 6,000 years? If that's so, why I'm hearing they got extended, and for how long and why? Well, we brought up a point. A brother brought up a point in the live. I think it was yesterday, or it was 2 days ago, right? That the devil is supposed to rule for 6,000 years, right? But he spent 2,000 years in the caves when he wasn't ruling. So when you look at it like that, he's only ruled for 4,000 years. That's just, see, even when you look at that degree, right? Expired 1914, right? 1914, born 6. That's his limitation, right? But see, as long as he's done his job, right? Which is, see, as long as we caught up in the 6, then he'll be taken off. The history, whatever the history is being written by us, even if you give him 6,000 years. We the 23 scientists that can say, yo, you know what? Yeah, 3,000. The history that's going to take him off the planet yet. You know what I'm saying? Like when we look back, you know what I'm saying, from 1964 to now, you know what I'm saying, what in that history would have taken him off the planet. If we look back from 1934 from now, we look back from 1914 to now. That's not the history that we wrote. So when we write the history and live it out, right, that's going to take him off the planet, then he'll be gone. In the meantime, the reason why he's been being extended is because we caught up in the 6 and not writing the history to take him off. Jiggy 1017, yeah, supposedly that's how he got his knowledge. He ran with gypsies as a teenager and they took him to Egypt And that's where he became an adept in the mystery sciences. Didn't know that. That's how they get you caught up in the six right there. And you never get out. You understand what I'm saying? That's peace, Phantasm. I appreciate that people, you know what I'm saying, is growing and developing from you know what I'm saying, these different ciphers right here. Philip Graham said, not an agent. Can we stop with the smoke, with the shots? Let me get it together. I do not want no smoke. I'd rather learn it ear to ear, heart to heart. You mean mouth to ear, right? But I mean, you're the one talking all the smoke. I mean, everybody here, listen, everybody here came from all different, things, man. Like, you're not even unique. I don't even know what you're talking about. There's some people who started this with no knowledge. There's some people who had heard about this, but, you know, they didn't really know. There's some people who, you know, they had stopped studying their lessons. They, you know what I'm saying? It was just, it's all types of people, man. We come here and add on, man. The stuff what you talking about, this not how we do. Like all this stuff you talking about exiling people, and nobody called you no agent. Let me tell you something, man. We got a crew here called Don't Accuse the Righteous Crew. Matter of fact, speaking of that, what's it? All right, here we go. We starting right here. Show you how it happens. Oh, I ain't got to wait. I don't know if y'all can see that. I'll put this one. Oh, I didn't know I had all those. Hold on. Get fancy. Fancy. This buzz for you. That's how we do. That's how we do now. Don't accuse the righteous crew. We don't. Philip Graham, listen. When you're coming to learn, you're supposed to lack skills. You're supposed to lack skills when you come to learn. See, let me tell you something, Phil. It took me a long time to learn this. You know, I would actually be upset if somebody could just come around and just know it. After everything I've been through, you just come around and just know it? You're supposed to lack skills now, Phil. We all lack skills. Don't let this videos fool you. You know, if you'd have seen me day 1, day 2, day 30, you know, well, by day 100, I got a little, you know, because back then we didn't have a whole, you know, years, months, and days to get this thing together. But, you know, yes, you know, and even at the day 100, man, listen, you know, you're not talking to people that never been where you at. Yeah, P. Grant, yeah, I mean, listen. But right now, he just don't accuse you righteous. We leave him right there, man. Born magnetic. What? Supreme Scientific said when I tried to set the option to receive notification from your page, it states this action is turned off for content made for kids. What? I gotta look at my, what's the name? I told him my content is not for kids. Maybe that's the problem. I gotta go in and check my options or something, man. I don't know how that happened. Thanks for telling me that. Jiggy 1017 said, Philip on here like Stewart from Mad TV. Look what I could do. Come on, man. Yeah, see, 7930, he from around that area. He tell you, man, Newark is one of a kind, man. If you just tell me, look, we gotta follow somebody from out of Newark, look, that she be like, yo, look, yeah, so we got everything set up. Spell right here is gonna be the leader from Newark. Nah. Shout out to Newark, man. Yo, 793rd. You know, I was waiting on you too, man. You wasn't on the Instagram live. When I was on the Instagram live, I was round the way, man. I was up on Gun Hill and White Plains, where the legend of the Christ began. I went over there in front of my old building where I first got the knowledge at. That's where I was resting. Miles Bourne said, I'm from Land of Truth. We got a culture there too. I mean, as long as you stay away from classes. Third said, no question, I've stood in the middle of them 6 lanes down by where the baseball stadium is when there were 2 clubs across the street from each other in the 90s when we couldn't stop at lights up the block. From a little way up north, then y'all no notifications until now. You see how empty them streets were? Oh man, the streets is empty out there, man. Yeah, man, I ain't gonna front. I want to get back into law school too, man. Right now, man, it's you know, really, I gotta get my seeds down, man, for my garden, man. Especially, you know, this year is extra important for me to get for me to get my crops, man. You know. Before now, I ain't gonna say it was a novelty because I was eating the stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like all the fruits and vegetables that I grow, I eat them. You know, but this year, yeah, it's a little extra added incentive to make sure I get my crops in, man. I gotta find a way to get my crops in, man. You know, I gotta build me a system, man. This dude, he showed me a system one time. It was like this hydroponic system. And he was growing different kinds of microgreens, right? And it was only taking like 3 weeks or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And it was him and his black woman. And he was like, yo, they don't buy vegetables. You know what I'm saying? Like it grows within a time that you know, they could eat it. And I'm saying it wasn't that big. It was like it was probably like about maybe 6 feet by 3 feet or something like that. Like the little system that he had. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could, if I could get something like that, you know what I'm saying? Well, I could just be in the you know, just grow my stuff year round. I'd be in business, man. Word. Phantasm said, I'm from D Mecca. I wish I could visit the school one day at a time. I get there. It's been time to participate. Yeah, that's you know, that's a good idea, man, to make it up to the hill. Y'all daddy said that sounds like dwarf vegetables. They stay small and grow fast. Yeah, he called them microgreens. 793rd said, Mr. Cypher, when you were letting the sister Shakima know that California is fronting on their reported numbers, like the orange-haired cat not showing his taxes. See, I'm glad somebody else knows that LA, and by extent, and the whole of California, that is, you know, is trying to behave as if this thing is not totally consuming the state. Shakima, when you come out here, because Shakima claims she's coming out here at the end of this month. When you come out here, you got to self-quarantine for 14 days. You got to self-quarantine because we already got enough problems out here. Yeah, I gotta get it together, Magnetic. But I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do it, like how to run the whole system. Like the dude, he was like an expert at it. You know what I'm saying? Like he was, you know, but the person that I met him through is a long, crazy story. So I lost touch with the dude. But if I could get back in touch with him, man. Jigga 1017 said, you ever look into tote gardening? Gardening. I don't know. What is tote gardening? I've never even heard of it. The HPS light, that's the one that take up all that energy. I might have to do that. Wait. Fantastic. Jigga 1017 asks if the Street Academy on Woodward is still open, so I suppose that's the Street Academy that's in Detroit. Phantasm said, tote gardening, great idea, consider that borrowed. Great idea. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but yeah, still, I need to know what it is. I never even heard of it. Yeah, I might have to come scoop that from you, Mac. I might have to come scoop that because they definitely showing me the light that I need to increase my crop yields. Jadada said, I was wondering what I was going to eat if the grocery store shut down. But it says getting K to home or getting used to home horticulture would be a great idea. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I got to take it to another level. Like I already started, but yeah, I got to take it to another level. 793 said 2 of my fam and the P's got the bug. My uncle and my cousin's fiance. There's a report about this Bisky organization went on their annual trip and got yapped up all together. As I noticed, cat who caught and recovered in quarantine already. Energetic said, how come my math don't work every time you call me? You must not be using the wrong math. I mean, you must not be using the wrong math. You must not be using the right math. Now I was born, said this is a leap year, so the earth is taking the long way around. So she's going to be here a day late, huh? Jadeda said the LED lights is the full spectrum, programmable, and don't get as hot. Magnetic said, but you see better result with high pressure sodium. Tote gardening is using storage totes from Walmart, Target to grow food. So you talking about the little plastic containers, like the that you put your clothes in and you can snap it like it's watertight. Okay, Mag, you got all the different lights. I just gotta learn how to use them. Black Ski Organization. Sincere Shakima said, nah, we know it's real. It's just no new cases yet. I'm coming April 23rd. I got to self-quarantine when I leave New York. It's a hot spot. Now, you need to self-quarantine when you get here. So you lucky that my integrity, how my man from Philly, what's the dude from Philly, King Erna. So you lucky my honor and my integrity is intact. So I don't tell him to meet you at the airport. And make sure you quarantine. Phantasm says got to the school on Woodward, made contact just before everything got shut down. I'm plugged, waiting on info for the class. But you learning something tonight, Philip Graham. You learning tonight. Jigga 1017 said, I've seen where cats in New York use totes to do urban rooftop gardening in his peaceful apartment balcony garden. You can also use the plastic shoe racks to grow micros. And y'all gotta send me some pictures of this stuff. Yeah, now look, Jigga 1017, he said that the plastic containers I was describing is right. You know what's funny, Jigga 1017? I got some stuff that I grow in those containers, but outside. So I guess I've been doing tote gardening all the time. But yeah, I got some stuff that I got in those containers, but it's still outside. Like I put all the wood and everything all the dirt and everything that I need in it, and I got like little holes punched in it, and I got like strings in there where like if you wet the strings, it holds the water in there for a minute. I got some stuff I experiment with out there, not no Monsanto stuff, but I use the plastic containers a lot of times too to start the seeds off. So I'm actually, I guess, I just got to take it to another level, like I'm saying, with the other stuff. Knowledge Born said, I've seen that on Roland Martin, 600 people from all around the world up in Idaho. I think 3 of them died already. Actually, now that you say Idaho, I heard of this too. Supreme Scientists got to homeschool the babies in a few hours. Y'all say healthy, strong, and good builders. Peace. No doubt. That's another thing that I think is coming, man. At least in New York, I don't know if all of the kids is going back to school. Some of them is going to end up remaining on the video, whatever it is, the video school. See all this carbon scrub filters and all this. That's what I'm saying. It's a whole, it took me enough time to learn how to grow in the dirt. So this, that's what I'm saying. I got to learn that whole system. Shakira said, my state was the first to lock down. Everybody else followed. We doing our part. I saw Brooklyn had a party in the Crew Cypher. Crew Cypher punks pulled up. They was hyphy. In New York, this odd. Look. I speed on the highway too. I do a fair amount of things that can have serious consequences. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, this thing ain't making me jump out the window. 793, you don't like King Erner, man? I think he's entertaining. My Instagram is I'm AllahChrist and Allah's fruit is my Instagram. It's in the description box of the video. So the source said we got to learn how to use our total square miles of the earth to live righteously. No question. Sincere Shakim said, I'm not coming out at all. When I get to now, why I'm staying inside. Yeah, you need to be escorted. You need to be escorted from whenever you get, once you cross the border, you need to be escorted to isolation. because, it was already, there's public defecation. Knowledge of Allah says self-reliance is growing. Escape from New York. Yeah, Jigga, somebody's gotta snap him out of it. Somebody's gotta snap him out of it, Jigga. 793 said, no, brother, developing rooftop type gardens for a few years before all of this went down. Yeah, I need to develop mine. Allah Magnetic said, I was building with the guys out here, and the statement was made, if we accommodate you on your stay, would you come down one time every 2 to 3 months and help teach us? We would accommodate you fully, God and born you. Who you talking to me? All right, I see energetic right here. Shakimi said, was this the airline is making sure you don't cancel? They giving you a better flight? Now all you got to do is tell them you're from California. And they'll say, okay, they'll let you leave immediately. Magnetic. Yeah, Nazala, we've been building on tote gardening, where you put your crops in those little plastic containers that you put your clothes in, and you snap it shut, and it's like watertight or whatever. But instead of putting that in there, you grow your crops in there, so you could grow them, on your balcony or on your roof, or in a smaller area. You know what I'm saying? Because we was talking about, that helping brothers to be self-sufficient. You know what I mean? How, this event right here showed how much, we depend on the devil. You understand what I'm saying? So, we was just discussing different options and how you might be able to grow your food yourself, you know what I'm saying, in your own living quarters, you know what I'm saying, whether you got a private house, apartment, or whatever. This tote gardening is something that you could look into. Knowledge Born said they didn't even give the babies no tablet or nothing, got these babies doing their homework on phones. If they can, yeah, that's what I acknowledge that too. I had because the main thing I was paying attention to was I told my daughter, listen, make sure you don't take a computer. You know what I'm saying? And they was like, nah, I use my phone. You know what I'm saying? So that to me was kind of crazy. Like, what? Take the classes on the phone. But I guess that's, but that's what I'm saying. If it's that easy and it could come off without a hitch, because so far I haven't heard about no problems with it. So, I mean, you got to look at, what did Queen Divine Zia said they spend $24,000 a year per student. They cut that down about 10,000. If they stay at the house. Are you in New Hampshire? Oh yeah, I remember you was out there before. You said if I'm done with what you just asked me. What you mean if I'm done with what you just asked me? Wait, who's doing Bob Backlund? 7930. Leave it up to 7930 to bring up Bob Backlund. Ah! 7930 said rooftop cat talking about going to the big corpse and taking his stuff. Born You Truth having Bill with the bro in a minute on some late 90s, early 2000s. Hey. Wait, they doing schools on the computer? They doing schools on the computer in California too, Shakima? Come up there every 2 to 3 months? I mean, yeah, what you mean? For how long? You said for how long? Phantasm. Ain't nothing hardly illegal in Detroit no more, Phantasm. Small veg lights can grow your food, not a big change in bill. Yeah, I gotta get the science of it down pat, man. Most definitely, man. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, you don't want to be trapped, man, the way we trapped right now. And Knowledge Born, talking about getting his tote garden set up. 793rd said, was there a principal from Medina in his 30s who passed from the bug, and that big ass ship is still in the Hudson providing some type of aid, right? All kind of reports of cadaver removal issues. There was, I think that was a lady though. It was a lady that passed away. I saw the story. From what I heard about the ship, the last I heard, that was maybe a day and a half ago. It was only 20 or 30 people on the ship. So I'm not exactly sure. No, they need to make you take a test. They need to make you take a test before you come out here. You know, y'all may have a particularly virulent strain of coronavirus. Shot Daddy said, all this talk about veggies got me hungry for a snack. Yeah, I ain't gonna front. I could use some microgreens right now myself. Senator Shaw said, and tell them that they only get some of the 14,000 left for the rest of the school year. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, but as I say, look, you know you in the conversation when Bob Backlund come up, man. Mac Daddy said when you finish school, you gonna give New York City a 6-month try. You better give it a 6-month try. You better wait 6 months from now at least. Phantasm said, right and exact, Detroit is lawless right now. Yeah, look, I'm gonna tell you when I knew that in Detroit, I was like, okay, this is a level of realness that everybody ain't ready for. When the sheriff, the whoever's the top cop out there came on the news and said, look, we advise you to get a gun. We advise you to get a gun because we can't hold you down. Listen, when the police tell you, look, you need to get a gun. Like when they look, we ain't talking about just advice. Your house got burglarized, a whole lot of times. And he's like, look, maybe you need to get some protection. Nah. We talking about a news conference. We just look at, nobody asked you nothing. You just came on and said, we advise you to get a gun because it's nothing we can, it's nothing we can do. I was like, yo, it is about to get wild for the night in Detroit. Najla said King Erna is not a good businessman. He gets to goon you out if you ask for a refund. He acts like the muscle of the crew. Yeah, I just see him doing the videos. It be a lot of stuff, man. Somebody was telling me some other stuff. They was sending me some videos of some crazy stuff. I was like, yo, I didn't know none of this was going on, man. Senator Shaw said the skills of cultivating the land should enable us to live and eat anywhere on earth. Word is bond. $793 said we all know the conscious community's Mean Gene. So his man he always go back and forth with Hassan Campbell's Bob Backlund. Oh, man. Shout out to Hassan Campbell, man. Mr. Bob Backlund. Phantasm said handing out fines as we speak. It go down, cops don't come. My space is fortified. Yo, son, I couldn't believe when he came out and said that, man. So that's all they do now. They just give out fines. They give out fines and send the ambulance. They give out fines and send the ambulance after things have calmed down. Wait, who's Shakima talking to? Your son is. I've been talking too long. I don't know what that means no more. I was born said Bob Backlund put you in that chicken wing. Oh, you see, your son is taking the classes. Your son is taking the classes on the computer. So that's going on all over the country. I thought it was just New York. He's in the 10th grade. It's like independent studies. We have a computer, so he's fortunate. Some of his friends don't. Yeah, that's what I was telling my daughter, do not take no computer from them. Phantasm says real life out there in Detroit, man. Yeah, man. But to me, which I'm not there on a day-to-day, but to me, it stayed surprisingly tame. You know what I'm saying? For that to be the condition, and that goes into something, you know what I'm saying, a lot of times, you hear people say, well, if it wasn't for the police, we would just all go savage. We would just all go savage if it wasn't for police. They're the thin line between us and civilization. But it's remained surprisingly calm to me. For a day or two, yeah, I could roll out there for a day or two. Take a little breezy. Yeah, Shakima said it was a woman principal that passed away out here. $793 said ain't nothing more gangster with their own rules than the D. Jigga 1017 said I wish cats would fall back off sea moss like it's the holy grail. Dose is actually more nutritious than sea moss, and drinking sea moss every day will damage your thyroid. See? Yeah, you know, I have been noticing that. I have been noticing a spike in people talking about sea moss. But I didn't know what it was about. Yeah, you know, they do keep making these claims. But, you know, people been looking for what they call it, the fountain of youth and all this stuff. You know, every couple years, you know what I'm saying, something comes out. The alkaline water, you know what I'm saying? And I'm still looking for this people who live forever or whatever, so that it's like, okay, I see what you're saying now. You know what I mean? You know, all these people with all these outstanding health claims, when is one of them going to make it to 150? Or whatever you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Hassan Campbell, yeah, he's entertaining too. Ah, man. This is crazy, man. Jiggy 1017 talking about Dyson Campbell. It's more like Adrian and Dyson. Listen, man. Next thing you know, the fabulous Freebirds are going to be coming up in this conversation. Oh, man. In Detroit, Bando City. Man. He said, get up, get 911 is a joke in your time. That was that joint too, man. Now, I was born, so they starting to pull you over in Delaware and Jersey if you got PA tags and checking for liquor. Well, you know, New York right now, New Yorkers are being hunted. If you show up anywhere with New York plates, I heard right now, if they catch you being from New York, you got to go into a 14-day quarantine. And then in Rhode Island, the state troopers and the National Guard is going door to door looking for New Yorkers. And they letting Shakima just wander all around, but they looking for us. Phantasm said if you govern yourself, you don't need cops. Yeah. That's what it seems like what happened, But see, I'm gonna tell you something though, about just any atmosphere that you go in, man. You know what I'm saying? When you go in an atmosphere where everybody know that everybody here is about their business, right? That's usually a very polite, you understand what I'm saying, respectful type of atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? Certain atmospheres you go in, you see people just popping off with each other out the mouth, and everybody. See, that's an area where people ain't used to getting punched in their face. You know what I mean? People ain't used to it being consequences for how you talk and, how you behave in close quarters. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of times, that's what it takes, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see a club where, you got people from all over coming, people don't know each other. But then you got them type of after-hour spots where everybody in here know what's going to happen. So everybody just remains, we can all be respectful. We ain't got to, there's no use selling no wolf tickets in here. You know what I'm saying? The Christian said the Guinness virus stimulus checks have been posted on the wall at his job. So they ready to start giving them out at D Christian's job. Let's see how fast everyone else gets theirs. Child Data said modern policing is based on slave catching and Jim Crow enforcement. You Magnetic said, oh yeah. So alright, yeah, no doubt. Just let me know. Phantasm said, yeah, are we supporting King Erner? I mean, like I said, with me, I'm somebody that, I respect people just in general, you know what I'm saying? And then you got to do something to lose that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't got to, people say, you got to earn respect. Like, you don't got to do nothing extra. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the default state is respect. You know what I'm saying? And then if you violate that respect, then, you know what I'm saying, But I mean, like, I don't know what he do. You know what I'm saying? I see people on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? So, other people might have more knowledge about something that they can speak on, I was just saying that I'm not going to snitch on Shakima. I'm not going to snitch on Shakima and tell the National Guard that she's coming in from the epicenter, because that's just not my style. So that's why King Erner came up, you know what I'm saying? But in terms of all his endeavors, I don't know what they are. I just see him on, YouTube, and, his show was entertainment, was entertaining the times when I watched it. But I don't really know what he do. I do know he sells the CMOS. $7.93 said you need to consider that there's Irish moss and Japanese mosses. See, Irish moss was the one that I was most used to from the West Indian stores. $7.93 said, here you go with the alkaline water. My dude who said he's a more claims that 2.5 Kagan water kills everything on contact. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. The miracle cure with the, Queen Mecca. What is going on, Queen Mecca? Queen Mecca, I saw you made some other comments, but every time I look at your comments, YouTube has always deleted them. I don't. Do you argue with the people at YouTube a lot or something? What I don't get it. Phantasm said, okay, because CMOS is good, all kinds. Well, Jigga 1017 said you got to watch the CMOS in excess, though. In excess, he said the CMOS can cause thyroid issues. So you might want to look into that. Now, Jalal said micro gardening, huh? Yep, micro gardening. You know what I'm saying? You know, from what I hear, the nutrients is still good. It's just a matter of being able to grow it in the space that you have. Philip, you know, I was thinking that maybe Philip and Amina maybe could, you know, that could be possible. That would be two lives in a row. That would be 2 lives in a row that we made a love match. That we had, you know,
It's 6 o'clock.
We found some compatibility there. Jadada said, who knows about spike moss? Never heard of it. Knowledge Born said people going in and don't know what they're doing to their bodies. That's the signs of how a little bit of knowledge can be dangerous. Yeah, all I can give Philip is a crying joy, man. I'm not giving him no hug. Phantasm said, forget 911 is a joke. Yeah, man. Now, Jalal said, you know, I got some land down south that my uncle grows watermelon and other veggies. We need to seriously discuss that watermelon. We need to seriously discuss me getting some of that watermelon. Y'all know about the black man and watermelon. See, there it goes again. Queen Mecca message retracted. $793 said, I asked that cat in North Carolina about that Born You Truth. He hasn't left the state yet. Told that cat about the Rhode Island thing, as that state is not too big, so they can do that. Hey, but yo, listen, I'm hearing that they got state troopers on borders, like Florida, because especially, you know, Florida is only one border. They got state troopers across it, and if you coming in with the wrong plates, you're getting pulled over. Yeah, I'm telling you, they hate on New York, man. All over. Queen Mecca said, I live in Savior, South Sea, Hell. What's that, Spartanburg, South Carolina? Why you call it Hell? Said prison Bob Barker gear. Unless you missed that episode. 793rd said upstate New York, Connecticut, South New Jersey, everywhere with those after set rules and all of those after set rules and regulations on conduct. Hey, we'll see, man. D. Christian said, we used to play water commission. If you left your chest open, it was trouble for your chest and rib cage. Water commission. What kind of games is these? Senator Shaw kid said, can anybody use those stimulus checks? Yeah, I don't think they sending me one. Third said, I will support with my intention, and once they violate or insult my intelligence in any way, I snatch it back. Jadeda said, Spike Moss is a community hero and activist up here. Comes across like a good brother, just from a different time and fighting a different war my generation doesn't fully understand. How old is he? Alright, Phantasm. Peace back, man. Toughen up and showed you how to move. I mean, you know, we used to punch each other in the chest and stuff like that. You know, but this name that you got, I'm not familiar with. Jiggy 1017 says all sea vegetables contain high amounts of 1,000% of the recommended daily allowance of iodine, which will damage the thyroid if ingested daily. Now, yeah, these are facts about that iodine. And I do know that iodine got, you know, specific connection with the thyroid because you're supposed to take iodine if you're around like nuclear worsening, like some type of nuclear radiation, and the iodine is supposed to protect your thyroid and your other glands and things of that nature. But I'm saying this is something to look into, you know what I'm saying? Because see, you know, one thing I'm saying, what I think Jigga 1017 is getting at is that, yeah, a lot of these stuff is good, but see, once you start to look at it as a miracle cure, like this is all I need to do is just eat this, then what happens is you become unbalanced. You understand what I'm saying? And the body, it's the balance of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if just because something is good, you can't just go all the way with that, because you're still going to take the body out of balance, which is still ultimately going to be unhealthy. Now, as Born said to de-Christian, yeah, that's the CARES Act. They're allowing everybody to use the Rona as a hardship. That's how they're going to get rid of that $2,000 billion. We'll see. Akima had a stalker and it's y'all fault. Nah. Nope. That was just, that was just one of the glories. That was one of the glories of the Random Jewels platform. Is that we're able to bring together like-minded and like-spirited individuals. 793rd said your man's with the Kagan water talking about spray these drops and you're good. Yet the same one who referred Jerry Rivers' 10-second breath holding as a real method, so I had to halt the nonsense units. Jiggy 1017 said, I always tell the ducks that watermelon is water for melanated people. I ain't got no problem. P.D. Greening one of them joints. That's what I'm saying. Did you know, I didn't even know that white people ate watermelon until about 2007 or something like that. And when I was growing up until that time, until whenever that, I was in my 30s. First time I saw, it was a white woman. She's walking down the street with the fruit cup with just watermelon in it. She's eating it. I'm just like, yo, what? I said, was that watermelon? She said, yo, I didn't know what. I knew they use watermelon as an ingredient. Like, you see them eating a fruit salad, and one of the things in it might be watermelon. But I didn't know they ate straight up watermelon. Like, I ain't never seen no white people with the half moon with the rind still on it and all that. I never saw that before. I did not know that white people ate watermelon. As ridiculous as that may sound to you now, I had no idea. When I told some white people that, they was like, what, are you crazy? What, you didn't know white people? What do you think? What's wrong with it? I was like, nah, I had no idea. Queen Mecca said, because it's hell, South Carolina is not no hell. My family's from South Carolina. Najala said, right, CMOS, I just like the soap. Ah, man. I didn't even... Oh, yeah, I need to catch up here. $793, so that story you said about the other night about that Red Bank affair, very common on the Summer Post Jones Beach Boardwalk. So Ja Dead is saying that the brother Spike Moss has got to be in the high God ciphers. So yeah, well, I guess he's gonna be, from the 60s generation. You know what I'm saying? And the Panthers definitely changed us, as a unit of people, you know what I'm saying, and how we protest and how we look at it and what we willing to withstand to protest. Queen Mecca is off to work. Peace to Queen Mecca from the heavenly parts of South Carolina. Now, Jalal said they will leave you in one of those abandoned houses in Detroit also. Oh, you mean in terms of like the mortgages and stuff? That's his thing. I wish I would have brought that up when Phantasm was on. Because I've been wondering, why don't the people of Detroit, right, the original people or whoever's like-minded with them, right, why don't they consolidate? You know what I'm saying? Like, instead of everybody living on a block where it's, 3 or 4 abandoned houses or how much ever it is, right? Why don't they all just build in one solid area where it's like, okay, we here now. You know what I'm saying? We need things. We need stores. We need, so then they build up the community on their own. You know what I'm saying? Being that the government is pretty much ineffective, if they ineffective to help them, then they probably going to be just as ineffective to hold them back if they was to try to make a move. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, okay, we all consolidated now instead of us having half-filled schools, or I don't know what all the different situations is. But I'm just saying that if the people was together and they built it more of a community, a village, of themselves, they could be more self-sufficient. You know what I mean? Tell all the hardcore cats, listen, this over here, this is where your family's going to be. You know what I'm saying? Your grandmother, everything. Look, keep your trouble over there. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you want to go do that, go over there in no man's land. You know what I'm saying? Because then you would have all the people that live in that community to support all the businesses, and then all the businesses to support all the people. But it's just a thought, I don't know. It might be something that's already being worked on. It might be something that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That makes it not that easy. But that's been a question I've had about Detroit for some years now. Jigga 1017 said, what's crazy is that Farrakhan 86 has outlived Elijah 77, Dick Gregory 84, Dr. Sebi 82, and Layla Africa 77, and he was once known for eating McDonald's. But it said the fruit of the year is in bean pies and Big Macs. Oh, the fountain of youth is in bean pies and Big Macs. Hey, man. I guess it works like that. 793 said iodine, green soap, Lysol, all staples grew up with. Just wash your hands. Be mindful of those that don't. Reduce contact with just anybody if possible. Knowledge Born says Spike Morris is about 75, and in 2015 he said he was retiring from the civil rights fight. I mean, there's still a civil rights fight? Jiggy 1017 said, I ain't know Euros ate fried chicken faithfully until I moved down south. You know something? I didn't know that either. Like, I had seen them doing it before, but I thought it was like a delicacy. Like, I thought it was something, you might see them, you know, at a picnic or, every blue moon they might get a little, Kentucky Fried Chicken, but you ain't gonna see them in like Popeyes or Bojangles. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know they ate it like he said a lot. Nah, just last said I'm not doing no business with King Ernie. Yeah, hey man. You learn something every day. D. Christian said watermelon white folks is all over the South. I never seen no white people eating watermelon. I could not believe it. Like when I saw it, I was shocked. Knowledge Born said they're giving small business loans. You don't have to pay back. All these companies that's paying workers to stay at home are going to be refunded. I'm a 1099 private contractor. Yeah, they were saying, though, that the corporations are still going to end up getting a lot of that money, though. But, yeah, I heard about the small business loans. I was born, so they getting ready to let us get unemployment under the CARES Act. They sending money out in all directions, huh? D. Christian said the Chinese and Indians are buying land in Detroit fast. In time, they're going to work on gentrifying the area too. Hope I'm wrong. Did not hear about this. The Chinese and the Indians are buying up land in Detroit. So Jigga 1017 speaking on the situation of why my idea might not be coming to fruition in Detroit, said because cats are separated and focused on moving out to the burbs instead of coming together. I only have 6 family friends who live inside the D. Everybody moved across 8 Mile of Telegraph. Yeah, but that's in my mind, you know, what I'm saying would be making your own suburb. Because ultimately, like we used to have a saying, in New York, I don't know if it was all over, that look, you could take the kid out of the city, but you can't take the city out the kid. You know what I'm saying? So, a lot of times what I find is people move to these other areas that's supposed to be suburbs, and all you do is take your same behavior over there, you know what I'm saying? And in a few years, that area is worse than this area. $793 says saw his show based upon the D being so bankrupt that the 12 was corrupted just to survive. Garbage not picked up. That the knowledge and wisdom was corrupted just to survive. Garbage was not picked up, and the situation was even worse than current times, showing how bad the area still could get. But the crazy thing? Detroit, or I don't know if it's Detroit or Michigan or whatever, they spend mad money on their problems, man. People just a lot of, I don't want to accuse the righteous here, but it seems like there's a lot of stealing going on in Detroit. Like Detroit is like Camden. Just somehow they managed to stay afloat, I guess a little better than Camden, but at one point it was a point where like the last 5 mayors or something like that of Camden had been locked up. Not arrested, locked up. Remember that movie, The Hustle or something that came out a couple years ago? I can't remember what the name was. It was about New Jersey. But the dude that went to jail, I think Joe Pesci was playing him. Yeah, that he's the mayor of Newark. Of Camden. Now, as Allah said, that's peace. We can get to the watermelon in the summer. I'll be back up there before the end of the summer. Fruit should be ripe and delicious. 793rd said he's seeing mad white folks in Popeyes and West Indian spots, including Golden Crust. Now, I've seen them in places like Golden Crust. Because Golden Crust, that represents, that's Jamaican food to them. But now I haven't seen them in Popeyes. Maybe I'm traveling in small circles or something, but I have not seen them in Popeyes. Now, as Bourne says, Spike Morris has retired, the last of the Mohicans, and has rolled into the sunset. Man, Spike Morris, I gotta look him up, man. What kind of things has he accomplished over his career as a what kind of things has he accomplished over his career as an activist? Senator Saw said Golden Crust is everywhere in Medina. Caribbean franchises up here in Maryland like Island Cuisine. Yeah. 793rd said Chinese been buying up parts of Medina since the early 2000s, along with properties in the Caribbean and Africa, gifting all types of things. All the Chinese are gonna fill up the Indian casinos. I have noticed that. That you see a lot of like properties that was broken down, you know what I'm saying? They was abandoned or whatever, and then when you see the people who is in there fixing it up, it be Chinese people. You know what I'm saying? In different areas where you used to when they call the owner, it's a Jewish guy that comes. A lot of times now they call the owner, it's a Chinese guy that comes. Jai Data said, my limited understanding is the most important parts of the small biz loan portion of the CARES Act is that you have to have under 500 employees. The loan stays with the biz, not member, and it's mostly designed to try to help biz make payroll. All right, now, Jai Data, that's what I'm saying. Under 500 employees, small business. And from what I heard, it's not under 500 total employees. It's 500 employees at any one location. So you can have dudes that, they own, 50 McDonald's franchises or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And they pulling in $millions a year. Like some dudes, dude, you gotta break your own bread, son. Like you got people that you got billions of dollars in the bank and you asking for a bailout. That you saying first use your money. Then ask us for money. You understand what I'm saying? Just generally speaking in the street, look, when you got money, you asking me for my money, man. We call that by a different kind of name. G1017 said, I hear you, but them Ford, Chrysler, and GM checks breeds the I'm too good for the hood mentality. Where it said, my granddad refused to move outside the city. We stayed in 150,000 to 300,000 cribs inside the city. Yeah, I know what you mean about that, man. But like I said, a lot of times what I've seen is that those people that have that type of mentality that they too good for the hood, and you try to move like you getting away from the element, you know, they generally carry the element with them. So Spike Moss ran some nonprofits, lobbied for causes, participated, led coalitions, tried to change biases in elementary education. Okay, I think I kind of see what you're saying about how the younger generation might say, you know, we don't need you to integrate us any further into this burning house. $7.93 says, saw a white cat with a white Parker plus a handful of other white folks in the same Popeyes, and now just where I saw Teddy Riley down the street from the rink in the 80s. And listen, I ain't see no white people in no Popeyes. D. Christian said, I seen the so-called Jews in Jersey City walking around nice and easy and buying up spots. Reminded me when I first saw white folks on my block in Brooklyn back in the day. More fishy stuff. You know, when I first saw it coming, they used to do these tours where it used to be buses, you know, the tour buses that they have the, like you could be inside, but then you on the top and it's like open. And the dude is up there talking and he's announcing what you're seeing. There used to be these tour buses that was coming around Harlem like in the early 90s is when I first noticed it. You know what I'm saying? Then after a while it started being walking tours where, you know, you would just see, you know, 30, 40 white people just coming down, you know, and they was taking tours of Harlem. You know what I'm saying? At the time, I didn't know what it was about. It was the type of thing where I was like, yo, you know, if I went somewhere, you know, on vacation, I'm supposed to be taking a tour. They brought me to something. I was like, well, what? You know, I didn't understand why they might want to see Harlem, but I came to find out. Jade said, Spike Moss and a brother by the name of Mahmoud El-Kati are two of the best known around here. Wow. Senator Soil said the African Caribbean supermarket sells our food items ran by a South Korean family. It's on Liberty Road. Osborne said that's what happened to Flint. Wait, what happened to Flint? Oh, all them too good for the hood dudes turned into crackheads and lost their jobs. Yeah, because you want me to tell you another thing that happens with that? Like you got a good job, right? And you move to these places, but see, your kids is not guaranteed to have good jobs. And see, what it is you just got a good job, but you didn't really become, I guess you would say, financially literate. You didn't really increase your knowledge, right, in a way where you could increase your children's knowledge, right, where they could continue to take advantage of the situation you put into them. You know what I mean? The only way they're going to be able to take advantage of what you did is if they go assimilate into this new school system you brought them in, and you brought them into, and then they might get a good education. You understand what I'm saying? But for, you know, lots of people, the wealth doesn't accumulate through the generations because all they did was get a good job. You know what I'm saying? They didn't become financially literate on how to grow and maintain real wealth. So that's another thing that I see that happens with those situations. You know what I'm saying? Jiggy 1017 said their main excuse is I want my kids to go to, see, I just was talking about that. I want my kids to go to a better school because Detroit public schools are trash. I love them, but I hate my little cousins and his children are culturally confused and talk through their nose. Ah. 793rd said Grandmaster Caz was a part of those early tours into the P's, showing where hip-hop started and coming through Uptown, even going by the Graffiti Hall of Fame on 106th and Park in the early 2000s. Son of the Soil said, I wonder if a Korean would greet me in Yoruba one day at these stores. The Koreans, they definitely, they not too big on assimilating. See, there's some nationalities of people, I don't know if it's necessarily nationalities, but some people who don't assimilate, where it's like you could tell when you're dealing with one of those populations where you see somebody that's like, look, they've been in New York or they've been in America, 25, 30, 35 years. Don't even speak English. Can't ask for a glass of water in English. But yeah, y'all, it's at that time again. You know what I'm saying? We end up having a good cipher, even though we started off with Crying Jordan. And we proceeded to Don't Accuse the Righteous. On Random Jewels. Yeah, nah, I ain't getting ready to go to rest right now. That's peace, Jiggy 1017. Yeah, so I'm about to go fix my vaporizer. Yeah, I'm about to, yeah. Yes, listen, I have to represent for my city now, man, because, New York is, I don't know what's going on out there. Now, even right now, it should be a little bustling going on in the streets by now, man. Nothing. But yeah, though, I'm probably gonna start off on Instagram tomorrow again. So we could you gotta be on the Allah's fruit page though. Whoever wants to tap in tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? and build in real time. You know what I'm saying? Hit me on, come on a large fruit. See, what I might have to do is start some kind of mailing list or something. So the people who's not getting their alerts, I can send out the mail blast, or, you know what I mean, whatever, and then maybe people will be able to tune in like that. You see how you want to start trouble, Shakira? When I go to rest and wake up, then it'll be tomorrow. Tell it. It's not daytime until the sun rises. The sun. Yeah, man, y'all gotta hit all the buttons now, man, cause YouTube, they ain't gonna show me that love. Yeah, the SMS notifications, right? I got, you know what I'm saying? I got that program where I can send the what's the names out. Yeah, that's what I gotta start doing, right? I gotta say on my IG that I'm going on YouTube, and say on my YouTube that I'm going on IG. But actually, I did today, though. I said when I was on IG, I think that's why I got a good number of what's the names. Yeah, Shakima says she gets her notifications. Yeah, well, hopefully it pops up, you know what I'm saying? Because see, I want to get my privileges, man, that you get with 1,000 subscribers. When you get 1,000 subscribers, they let you do all kinds of fancy stuff. Y'all in here talking about fresh baked Alaska and all type of stuff, man. Yeah, in the word, Allah will manifest. Allah will manifest. Yeah, Allah will manifest. He got caught up in the side rally last time. He got caught up in a side rally last time. We had about 3 side rallies at the last time. That was crazy. But yeah, y'all, let me go out here and handle the festivities. Peace to the gods and the earths.